Hello, everyone. I am your host, Clifford Johnston, with the Mojave podcast transmission. It is 7:07 p.m., 7/7/2026, and we are going to get right to it. Thank you for joining.
Right? They could now believe it. All of this whole thing is disgusting. But to say that they hadn't vetted him or that they didn't know about all this is totally false. They knew it and they signed up for it. And I don't know why they're backing away from this scumbag today when they had already signed off on all that other crazy behavior.
Christine.
You gotta love Scott Jennings. He says they knew exactly who they were backing. Next, even CNN's Abby Phillip is heard calling out top Democrats like Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren for looking the other way.
There is an issue here with a lot of very prominent Democrats, Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders, two among them,
My kind of man.
who basically turned the other way at the first set of allegations. Why does it take a sexual assault allegation for them
to
to
that
change their
point, I
minds?
heard Senator Kirsten Gillibrand speak at the Aspen Institute last week. And when Graham Plattner came up, all she had to say was that he was a strong candidate and was going to, soar to a victory. There was no even an acknowledgement of the New York Times report of the Nazi tattoo. And if you all will remember, this is the same senator who was called the Me Too senator, in part because she led the charge against Al Franken in the Senate. She very much, was instrumental in pushing that culture forward. And I think Me Too was necessary in a lot of ways. But we didn't need a rape allegation to know that Graham Plattner had already allegedly violated the standards that she set. And she was willing to sacrifice all her principles, among many other Democrats, to go up against arguably the most moderate Republican in the Senate, Susan Collins, who's already willing to go up against Trump. This is not some super partisan person.
Yeah.
So when CNN starts asking why Democrats ignored the warnings, the damage is spreading. Libs of TikTok follows with a full rap sheet of scandals. Nazi tattoo lied repeatedly about Nazi tattoo, said he would rape people, sex with women while married, bragged about drawing penises in porta potties, praised Islamic terrorists, said he's a communist, joined an app known to be used by predators to contact minors in sexual assault allegations. But now they decided it's too much. All the above was totally fine, though. Laura Loomer's next move, even more direct, make Democrats own every endorsement, every excuse they made for this guy. She says, make every single voter remember the entire Democrat Party endorsed a Nazi who had been accused of raping women. I hear there are more women and possibly even kids on kick. The Democrat better own this shit. They better swallow it all, because this is their guy. Make them own him. Red Lion Politics highlights the deleted post raising allegations about Troy Jackson, one of the names in the chatter. Caught this post was deleted in seconds. Let's see. We began asking our contacts on the ground in Maine about Troy Jackson earlier today, seeing many suggestions that he should replace Graham Plattner against Susan Collins. In our discussions, we've received troubling information not only about Jackson's behavior, but the behavior of many prominent Maine Democrats towards women more broadly, both as a result of the credibility of the sources and the interest, not seeing our movement make the same mistake twice. We're choosing to share some of this now. As Maine Senate President in a state Senate caucus several years ago, Troy Jackson struck a female. The information is still developing, so they deleted that post. And wokeness widens the shot, tying Plattner to the left's long-running double standard on masculinity and believing women. Plattner, I embody healthy masculinity, broke into his ex's home and raped her, allegedly. Emhoff, toxic masculinity is a crisis. Impregnated his child's nanny. Swalwell, believe all women, allegedly assaulted 6 women. So next comes the question hanging over the whole race. Is Plattner actually suspended or not? Well, no, he's not suspended his campaign following a political report. He says he's taking time to reflect on the best path forward. And now we have this from the main Democrat Party going public accusing Plattner of basically holding them hostage.
Endorsement. Chuck wants him to end it immediately. And they're even shopping for his replacement. Democrats have less than a week to find a new candidate. But the New York Times reports that Plattner won't step down unless Democrats promise to replace him with someone just as radical as himself. His campaign says that's not true, but we're not sure how good their word is at this point. The party knew Plattner had skeletons in his closet. His opponent was warning about him back in March.
The negatives on this guy are much more damaging, and that's why I'm trying to get people to look at the whole thing, the whole picture. I think his liabilities make him much more vulnerable.
So the moral verdict, it lands in the timestamps. Bad Hombre wrote it on May 31st that Democrats would run a controlled leak campaign and force Graham Plattner out by July 13th so they could replace him by July 27th. Then Clay Travis said Democrats waited until after the 4th of July holiday to code red Plattner. Then Politico published, Jake Tapper amplified, Cory Booker snapped, Tim Walz snapped, Ro Khanna withdrew his endorsement, Ruben Gallego rescinded his. Chuck Schumer world wants the slot cleared. That's not a party discovering character, that's a machine executing a timetable, and the villain is not just Graham Plattner. Chuck Schumer's Democrat apparatus, the legacy media hit squad, and every sanctimonious leader who backed this man until the minute he became inconvenient, built this filth, sold this filth, and now they want amnesia. So here's the line that nobody should let Democrats cross without paying for it at the ballot box. They do not get to spend months defending Graham Plattner, harvesting money off Graham Plattner, herding primary voters into backing Graham Plattner, then smash the glass after July 4th and pretend they just
1991, ordinary Soviet citizens lined up for hours at empty gas stations. Bread disappeared from grocery stores, elites started stockpiling supplies, and then, in a matter of months, the country that had existed for 70 years simply stopped existing. Well, this week, Russians are expecting the exact same thing. That's how bad the situation has gotten. A Russian woman wrote in social media, and I quote, "This is my first collapse of the country. Those who witnessed the collapse of the Soviet Union, can you please tell me the normal procedure here?" Because you see, as of yesterday, Ukraine did something that almost nobody thought was possible. They knocked out the largest, deepest, and best defended oil refinery in all of Russia. And with this strike, over half of country's entire refining capacity is now offline. So in this video, I want to walk you through how Ukraine hit a target 2,500 kilometers, roughly 1,500 miles from its border that Russia knew was coming and still couldn't defend. The secret partnership with the CIA that made these strikes so much more devastating, and why ordinary Russians are now literally buying horses because gasoline is unaffordable. In fact, some Russians are preparing for the country to collapse. And if they are right, we are literally watching history rhyme in real time. My name is Sam, you're watching Business Basics, and let's start with what Ukraine just did. Because to understand why yesterday's strike is so important, you have to understand what Russians were expecting, what they told each other publicly, and what they still could not stop. You see, just 4 days ago, one of the most prominent Russian war bloggers went on record and issued a public warning to his own audience. He said the next Ukrainian target was going to be this refinery, the biggest refinery in Russia. It's called the Omsk refinery. He explained why this would be the next target, and then he noted that Omsk is very far away from the front lines, but still it's the most valuable remaining target that Ukraine has, so it's most definitely going to go after it. Take a listen.
The Kokols, derogatory for Ukrainians, have one objective: to blow up our Omsk refinery. But we have to stop this, damn it. Omsk Oblast should be locked down with 4 layers of security. If they do hit us, half the government should end up behind bars. Useless bastards. What the hell are you all waiting for? Waiting for the president to tell you everything? Is there anyone here who can actually make a decision? What the hell are all these ministries for if none of you can decide anything on your own? You're all just sitting around, waiting for someone from above to tell you what to do. These are different times now. The motherland is in danger. The enemy is just sitting there, jerking off, and one day they'll finish jerking off and come after us. They're already building concentration camps for us. The Germans are saying they'll seize Kaliningrad in a day, that they'll take the Kola Peninsula. What the hell are you all waiting for? We need to hit those bastards first. Their plan is to move against us in 2027. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. Protect the president of Russia. Otherwise, we're all screwed.
Now, if you're someone who's watching this war closely, you know this was coming. If a Russian war blogger, a random guy in Russia knows this, you can bet that the Russian military knew this too, and the Ukrainian military knew this too. This was their strategy. This is the strategy they've been implementing for last few months, maybe the last year. Here's what I mean. Just at the start of this month, Ukrainian military published this graphic explaining that they have taken down roughly 43% of Russian refining capacity. But there was one important thing missing here. The biggest refinery in Russia was not hit yet. Well, this graphic came out at the start of the month. Now that exception has been fixed. Here's what I mean. Yesterday was a historic day for Ukrainian armed forces as Ukraine finally struck the largest refinery in Russia. 25 kilometers from Ukraine, roughly 1500 miles. Also important to point out, by the way, everyone is using this 25-kilometer figure, but this is from the border of Ukraine to this refinery. When in reality, Ukrainian forces don't cover the eastern border as much, or eastern territory that's under Russian control. So, this drone probably flew way more than 1500 miles. But nonetheless, this refinery represents 8% of Russia's refining capacity. Now, we already covered 43% is offline. If you add this in, we don't know exactly how much of this refinery is going to be offline, but number is getting pretty close to 50%. And that's a big issue for Russia because they're already facing a fuel shortage. Now, take a look at this, what many people are calling refinery bingo. Basically, Ukrainians going after every single refinery inside of Russia. Now, all of these were hit way before today, but the top one, Omsk, was hit now. So that means top 11 refineries in Russia are now under Ukrainian control, aka because of the drones. Now, of course, important thing to point out here that almost all of these refineries have been hit multiple times. So that means we can expect the same thing to happen with Omsk. I'm sure it's not going to be easy, especially if Russia starts putting in more air defenses on the path that Ukraine used. But nonetheless, Russia could have done this with other refineries too, but they haven't been able to stop Ukrainian drones. If we assume the same thing continues, that means Omsk refinery, even if there's some surviving unit that's still functioning, well, that's going to be offline very soon. Now, as you guys know, we have reaction from the ground. We have clips from people who were around the refinery and they recorded everything in real time. The first one is the funniest one because the guy is seeing the refinery burn, and the first thought in his mind is like, hey guys, they finally got our refinery, so go to the gas stations now and fill up because situation is gonna get hectic. This is what he says. Take a listen.
The refinery is on fire. It's official. Don't pay attention to the flare stacks. What you should be looking at is this part. They must have hit it about 10 minutes ago. I didn't hear any sounds. I'm far away. But I've got a prime view of the whole thing right here. So don't waste any time right now. Anyone with a car who's watching me, head to the gas station. Especially since they lifted the limit on jerry cans today. In case you didn't know, today. Grab your jerry cans, head to the gas station, and buy up the very last drop that's left. Today. It's serious, it really is. The lines are about to get crazy. The thing is, I don't have a jerry can with me. I left it in the garage. It'll take a while to get there now because the garage is far away. So, here's some first-hand info for you.
Now, the next clip is actually a live action footage. There's someone recording a drone going into the refinery and the attack happening. Now, as you guys know, YouTube is not a fan of clips like these because after all, they are showing damage, maybe even people getting hurt. We don't exactly know because we're far away. But nonetheless, if you guys can help us out a little bit, hit the like and subscribe button down below. It just helps us in the algorithm and we can continue showing this kind of content. Here, take a look.
Another drone is f***ing coming in. Look at this now. They're shooting from everywhere. There it is. Bam. Did you see it? Holy fucking sh...
Then this next clip is probably the same guy or maybe someone recording from the same position somewhere close by, counting every single Ukrainian drone that is approaching the refinery. And then he's counting how many drones Russian interceptors actually take down. And let me tell you, the final ratio, well, that's not a pretty one for Russian air defenses. So take a look at the math yourself from this bystander.
There it is. The whole refinery is going up in flames. 12 of them. Only one was brought down and 11 got through. That's how it is.
So, I'm sure you guys are asking the obvious question. If Russia knew 4 days ago, or probably before that this was coming, Target is probably the most important refinery, at least now, considering all the other refineries have been hit. You can easily call this the most valuable piece of refinery in the country. Why wasn't it defended? Why weren't there more air defenses, more troops there protecting something that's so important? Are Ukrainian drones really that strong that Russia just cannot stop them? Or Russia is just not good at predicting where Ukraine is going? Well, the answer might surprise you. Let me show you what I mean. The answer is that Putin, he's panicking, so he has started pulling air defenses from everywhere. Wherever he can find an available air defense, he's bringing it to Moscow because he wants to protect himself. Or I guess if you want to be nice to Putin, you can say he wants to protect the elites in Moscow because he knows if the elites get mad, that's when he has to stop the war or he's going to face his gravest fear, gravity. So, as you can see, Putin has been pulling air defenses from all over the place, and that means that's creating more and more holes for Ukrainian drones and Ukrainian missiles to go deal the damage. Now this is where I want to talk about something that's kind of educational and kind of interesting. How CIA has been helping Ukraine carry out these strikes, or I guess to put it more accurately, how CIA has been helping Ukraine carry out these strikes more effectively. Now, as you guys know, Ukrainians have been hitting Russian refineries for a very long time, probably 10 months, maybe 14 months by now. But if you look at the clip from the beginning of this campaign, and if you look at the clip now, you're going to notice some differences. At the beginning, we were seeing a lot of fireballs, and we were seeing a lot of stuff go boom. Like, the strikes were genuinely, like, very satisfying to watch. I don't know if that's politically correct what you say, but you could see, like, things going boom like you see in the movies. We don't see that as much in recent strikes, and that's for good reasons. You see, there was a report that came out last year in December that basically explained to us how CIA quietly began working with Ukrainian intelligence around June of 2024, and they started working with oil experts, probably here from Texas, but oil experts here from the United States, who knew exactly how refineries operate, and they also knew like what's the most important thing in the refinery, as in Russia has harder time replacing all the equipment in the refinery that Ukraine is destroying. Okay, we already know that because of sanctions. But if you were to make a list of all the equipment, there's going to be some equipment that's like the hardest thing to replace for Russia. And the CIA was like, hey, how about instead of going after fuel depots, which again, they do damage. You destroy the fuel that's stored in them, you destroy the depot. They are dealing some kind of damage to Russia. But if you start going after equipment that's very, very hard to replace and very, very crucial to the operation of the refinery, if you destroy that equipment, that means refinery is out maybe for weeks, maybe months. And that's very important considering that when this project began, Ukrainians did have limited quantity of drones. So if you have limited quantity of drones, you want to go after the thing that gives you the most bang for your buck, gives you the most ROI, basic investing, I guess. So during this project, during all the consulting from experts from all the industry, they arrived at this answer called coupler. Now, I don't exactly know what this means. I am from Houston, but I have no clue like how the oil industry works or how the refining industry works. But I'm guessing coupler is a nickname for something important. One thing we do know is what Ukrainians are targeting. So the official name of the system that Ukrainians are targeting is called catalytic cracking unit, which is this picture that you can see on your screen. And this thing is much harder to replace, and that has been having a very good impact because we already know the Moscow refinery that Ukraine targeted, let's say 2 weeks ago, is now offline for the rest of the year. So more than 6 months, that refinery is not going to come back online. And that could be for many reasons, right? One of the reasons could be Russians just don't have the equipment. I'm sure they can like fix the refinery in a week if they had the replacement, but they don't have the replacement. That means it just has to wait. So that's something that's going to be a huge issue for Russia, and it's all thanks to, of course, Ukrainians, but also CIA working together with Ukrainians. All this is creating a crisis that Russia is living through right now. And if you want to know how bad it is, well, take a listen to this woman who's basically contemplating why is she even living in Russia? This country that has so much oil, but you cannot fill up your car. Why even live? How's this place called livable? That's what she's questioning publicly. Take a listen.
Guys, I'm starting to panic. We have 0 kilometers of fuel left. The low fuel light has been on for a while, since yesterday. I don't know. It's just, first of all, Russia is hitting people with high prices. For food, for everything. For every service, for fucking utilities and everything else. And now you can't even fucking fill up your car. What the fuck happens next? Is transportation going to stop effing running too? What the heck comes next? People whose jobs involve traveling or driving, what are they supposed to do now? I don't understand how I'm supposed to survive in this fucking country. What am I supposed to do? Maybe someone can tell me.
This crisis has pushed some Russians into buying horses. In the 21st century, Russians are literally going back in time because that's how bad this war is going for them. Now, before we get to the horses, we do need a quick meme break, and I know you guys love the memes that we've been sharing, so you know the rule. If you like the meme, just hit the subscribe button down below, and if you're already subscribed, just hit the like button. So let's take a look at these pretty funny ones today. First one we have is from a fellow YouTuber, Jake Bro. A Russian man is waiting in line at the gas station. He says, "I've had enough of this. You take the wheel and I'm gonna go shoot Putin." 2 hours later he returns and sits back in the driver's seat. The wife asks him, "Did you shoot him?" He goes, "No, the line to shoot Putin is longer than this one." Then we have the next one, which is a bit sad. Russia, which used to be a big exporter of grain before this war started, has now seen a 66% drop in its national grain production, or grain harvest, I guess. And then we have a picture of Tucker Carlson, who was just shocked when he saw an Aldi's in Russia, in Moscow. He just could not believe it. This was roughly 2 years ago. I feel like he should come around in Texas. We have a lot of Aldi's. I don't know if they have them outside of Texas, but Texas is a lot. And I can't even imagine his reaction if he goes into a Buc-ee's. Nonetheless, here's the last meme, and this one is a very disrespectful one, especially if you're someone who loves Russia. We have a Zoomer, Gen Z from Russia, asking, "Hello everyone. Many people here are saying that everything that is happening in Russia will now lead to the collapse of the country. This is my first collapse of the country. Those who witnessed the collapse of the Soviet Union, tell me some kind of smart plan of action. Stock up on certain products, water, gasoline, maybe something else." First collapse. Probably not the last one if Putin continues, but it's the first collapse nonetheless. Now, unfortunately, this is not entirely a joke. There are people in Russia who have lived through the Soviet Union and the collapse of the Soviet Union, and they're starting to notice similarities between what's happening right now and what happened back then. You see, at the end of the Soviet Union specifically, there were shortages all over the place, including gasoline shortages. All the while, Soviet Union was like one of the biggest producers, if not the biggest producer of gasoline or of oil when they collapsed. So many people are starting to notice the similarity, and someone actually shared a clip from 1991 before the country collapses showing that, hey, people just couldn't buy anything. Take a look at this clip and you tell me if you notice any similarities or not.
A huge line for 93 octane gasoline stretches for nearly a kilometer. How long have you been waiting? About 2.5 hours. Is this some kind of state of emergency? No, this is normal. Hello, could you tell me if you have 76 octane gasoline? No? And please don't film me. I'm at work, I don't have time. You'll have to speak to the manager. So is this some kind of emergency? I don't know what kind of situation we're in. I don't know what happened. I've driven all over the place. There's no gas anywhere. Maybe all the fuel went to the harvest. Well, if it went to the harvest, that would at least be understandable. And yet the city has grown strangely quiet. There are hardly any tourists left, and even the Matryoshka doll vendors have disappeared.
Now here's what's interesting. After the country collapsed, the 90s in Russia was just hectic. Oligarchs were looting state assets. Yeltsin was just selling off anything he could sell off to stay in power, and ordinary Russians, their lives got so much worse that they actually started missing the Soviet Union, a country where they didn't have basic freedoms that we take for granted here in the United States. And this is what paved the way for Vladimir Putin. He came in promising stability after chaos. He was like the strong man that Russia wanted, or many said he was the strong man that Russia needed. And if you ask a Russian in 2000s who lived through the 90s and 2000s, he would say that at the beginning, Putin did a pretty good job. Now you can argue that's because oil prices were so high, he had so much money, he could just invest so much into the country without actually being competent. Like anyone could have done what Putin did in the first decade of his rule. But take a look at where he has taken the country now. All the problems that Russia is facing is because Putin wants to rebuild the Soviet Union. Invasion of Georgia, annexation of Crimea, then full invasion of Ukraine, and now Russians don't have oil. They have the second biggest oil reserves, and they don't have oil for their own cars. This brings us to the horses that we just talked about. The fuel crisis has gotten so severe that Russians are actually buying horses. Not just talking about it, they're actually buying. Take a listen. And this is happening in Moscow, by the way, where Moscovites, or what would you call them? Moscovians are now buying horses in Moscow, the elites. Take a listen.
I want to get myself a horse. We'll ride horses. That's where the consequences are headed. You mean a real horse, the kind you have to feed hay to? Yes, it'll be much easier and more interesting. Do you think troikas or something like that will soon be riding through the streets of Moscow? They already do, and they'll keep doing so, of course.
Now, I do want to point out, this is not like an isolated anecdote that I'm just showing you guys and blowing it out of proportion. We can look at like big picture data that's coming out of Russian state media, and it tells us that this is a trend. Take a look. This is a report from a Russian state media called MASH, M-A-S-H, and this is what they're saying. Russian horse breeders are reporting booming sales due to ongoing fuel crisis. Despite the expenses of owning a horse, they are now cheaper to maintain than constantly refueling an SUV. The report says about 1,000 horses were saved from slaughterhouses in Russia due to the rise in gasoline prices. Villagers are now increasingly buying four-legged animals instead of off-road vehicles because it's cheaper to get around and you can go to the forest, just let the horse hay or eat grass, and then you can go back to farming. Now, Russians who have lived through the 90s know that whenever the country is going back in time, especially economically, well, it creates its own kinds of problems. Like tensions. Tensions are always high when people are just losing everything they own. And that's exactly what's happening in Russia right now. There are fights breaking out all over the place. Take a look. There are people waiting in line for gas stations, and then things just get heated. Now, of course, now we have an exclusive segment from our members only video. We have former Navy SEAL Chuck Farr back on the channel breaking down exactly what's happening on the front lines. Now, as you guys know, this analysis is exclusive to our Basics Insider members. So if you want the full breakdown plus the rest of our members only content, you can become a member right now by hitting the join button down below or by going to basicsinsider.com. Your support is what keeps this kind of independent coverage going. We are not owned by private equity, we're not owned by anyone, we are owned by people who work on the channel, and that's why your support means a lot to us. Now, here's the preview of the content.
You know, what we're seeing increasingly is Ukraine will send a number of drones against a single target. And to show the payload capabilities, you could see that those brick walls were being broken down. They have a variety of payloads for the drones as well, and there we see the entire house go. So there are incendiary, there are explosive drone warheads, and incendiary.
First clip here, we have a North Korean soldier knocking down a drone and then walking up to it.
And here is a guy who has actually somehow managed to down a drone, and he forgets that there's a war on, and this thing was armed. So kids, if you do knock down a first-person drone, just don't do what this guy just did. So that thing was down. It was no longer flying, but its camera, its electronics, everything else was on. This is being filmed by a second drone that tells the first drone, fire your warhead. So there have been several other videos just like this, where people will walk up on a down drone. And again, these things mostly they contain shaped charge warheads. So the charge is oriented in a specific way, but it's also blast fragmentation. So it'll put out an explosive jet anti-armor, but it also blasts fragmentation material in all directions.
So what's the best procedures to deal with drones? Like if you're on the battlefield?
Well, if you knock it down, you treat it just the way you'd treat a dud artillery shell, right? You'd stay away from it, and you'd call somebody that supposedly knows what they're doing. I think I would get back 200, 300 meters and hit it with a tracer round, which probably would set it off. Yeah. But again, you know, military high explosives are extremely stable. For example, you could have a big block of C4. If you hit it with a regular bullet, it just won't do anything. It takes pressure and heat together to set it off. So you hit that down drone with an armor-piercing incendiary round, it'll probably go off. But the thing to do was run away here. The other thing I'll point out is this guy's situational awareness, right? So he knocked this down, and he has what we call in the SEALs target lock. He's only interested in this drone. He never once looks up in the other direction to see that he's being filmed by another drone, right? So you got to keep, you keep your head on a swivel, right? That's what we say. Maintain situational awareness.
In the summer of 2025, Ukraine launched Operation Spider. The remarkable drone strikes that resulted shook Russia to its core and showcased that the war that Russia started with Ukraine was coming home to roost. What we didn't know at the time was that Operation Spiderweb was just the start. Something much bigger was coming. In fact, it happened both before and after Operation Spiderweb, only Ukraine kept it all hush-hush. Ukraine activated a top-secret operation, a Spiderweb 2.0, that left Russia's equipment all over Ukraine burning as the rage of Ukraine's machines hit hard. Now we have all of the details. We'll start with the headline statistic. Over 1,000 Russian artillery systems and armored vehicles have been destroyed in a secret operation that Ukraine has named Operation Ashan. This two-phase campaign has completely devastated Russia, both on the front lines and in the rear. And nobody even knew that it was happening until Ukraine's defense minister, Mikhailo Fedorov, revealed its existence during the June 30th Brave One Advantage event. The concept was to use specially developed bomber drones supported by effective reconnaissance. This allowed us to locate and strike tanks, armored personnel carriers, other armored vehicles, and artillery. In just a few nights, more than 800 pieces of enemy equipment were destroyed. After that, the Russians did not carry out a single mechanized offensive for 6 months, Fedorov declared when speaking of a campaign that saw Ukraine take repeated aim at Russian assets located over 50 kilometers beyond the front lines. This is insane. So much of the focus of Ukraine's mid-range strike campaign has been placed on the havoc that has wreaked on Russian logistics, along with the isolation of Crimea that's resulting. But while all of this has been happening, Ukraine has been running a separate operation right under our noses that may well be just as devastating to Putin's ambitions as the logistical lockdown that is loosening his grip over Crimea. Here's what we know so far. Operation Ashan was a two-phase operation, with the first phase covering what Fedorov details in his quote. That phase was sparked by Ukraine's drone innovations. Special drones have been developed, Ukraine's defense minister claims, and they, along with Ukraine's reconnaissance and intelligence gathering, made it possible to strike more than 800 targets. This was an operation that was weeks, if not months, in the making, and it was all made possible by Ukraine's brilliant Delta system. That system, which was deployed across all levels of Ukraine's defense forces back in August 2025, provides Ukraine with real-time battlefield awareness. Whenever a drone records footage or takes photographs of a Russian position, that data is uploaded to Delta. The same goes for reports from troops on the ground or any other information that is gathered by Ukraine. It all goes into this centralized repository, making possible the sorts of coordinated strikes that were key to the success of Operation Ashan. During the first phase, Ukraine mapped out the positions of Russian tanks, artillery, armored vehicles, and personnel carriers. Then Ukraine struck. The 800 or so artillery units and armored vehicles that Ukraine destroyed were all taken out over the course of a handful of nights, Fedorov reports. And they led to Russia being unable to launch a single mechanized offensive for the 6 months that followed. Ukraine's defense minister says that the impact on the battlefield was clear. Russia had intended to launch a mechanized assault against Ukraine in May 2025, he claims. That assault wasn't carried out until October, and it's all due to the first phase of Operation Ashan. This casts a whole new light on what we saw during the summer and early fall of 2025. You may remember that reports dating back as far as September were claiming that Russia was unable to launch mechanized assaults. Russia switched to an infiltration strategy during the latter half of 2025, with which it was sneaking units with as few as 2 soldiers into Ukrainian territory rather than launching armored assaults. At the time, this was seen as a dangerous new strategy being carried out by Russia. Now we know the truth. The initial phase of Operation Ashan had left Putin with no choice but to rely on the infiltrators. United 24 Media provides a little more information about the first phase. It says that the operation actually wound up with Ukraine having struck 949 targets, all located more than 50 kilometers beyond the front line. It seems that the 800 or so that Fedorov claims were the assets that Ukraine destroyed, leaving about 150 targets that were hit without being taken out. Thanks to United 24 Media, we also know that Ukraine's Lazar and Nemesis units were involved in the operation. Both are among the most skilled and notorious of all Ukraine's drone units. The Lazar group in particular has helped to lay the foundations for Ukraine's drone-heavy strategy from the very beginning of Putin's invasion, and is responsible for destroying more than $13 billion worth of Russian equipment. The man behind it, Colonel Pavlo Yelizarov, is now Ukraine's Deputy Air Force Commander, and is spearheading the development of Ukraine's anti-drone shield, which it hopes will protect against Russia's long-range drone strikes. But by now you may be wondering something. At the start of the video, we told you that Ukraine had destroyed more than 1,000 armored vehicles and artillery systems. But so far, we've repeated the number 800. Even the 949 targets that United 24 Media claims don't quite measure up. Welcome to Phase 2 of Operation Ashan, the exclamation point on a devastating assault against Russia's offensive power that bumped the numbers up to quadruple digits. The first phase of Ukraine's devastating operation appears to have been carried out at some point during the first half of 2025, though Fedorov provides no specifics beyond noting that it impacted Russia's plans for May 2025. But we know a lot more about the second phase, starting with when it began. June 2026 was when Ukraine launched Phase 2 of Operation Ashan, and this time it took a more strategic approach to the targets that it picked off. United 24 Media reports that Ukraine focused the second phase on artillery systems, and it attacked in 4 key regions of Ukraine, all of which are dealing with Russia's attempts to advance on the ground. Those regions were Donetsk, Kherson, Starobilsk, and Zaporizhia, and all Russian positions in those regions experienced a firestorm of Ukrainian drones that had the singular purpose of taking out as much artillery as possible. They were successful. By the end of Phase 2 of Operation Ashan, Ukraine had hit another 231 targets, and confirmed 171 of those targets were destroyed. A combination of intercepted Russian communications and objective control footage that was inevitably uploaded onto Delta confirmed the outcome. And within the first day of Phase 2, the impact was already being felt. Russian activity across multiple regions on the front dropped by anywhere between 30 and 81%, depending on where Ukraine was measuring. By the end of Operation Ashan, Ukraine had officially hit 1,180 targets, most of which have been destroyed, United 24 Media adds. So much of what Ukraine has done to defend itself against Russia has been impressive. However, Operation Ashan has to rank among the most impressive operations that Ukraine had launched yet, and it sits alongside Operation Spiderweb in terms of the coordination and quality of command that was required to pull it off. Sure, Spiderweb may be the more headline-grabbing of the two, especially as it involved Ukraine sneaking drones into Russia and taking out some of the most important strategic bombers in Russia's arsenal. But when it comes to front-line effectiveness, Operation Ashan has had far more immediate impact on Ukraine's campaign. But we'll get to that. There's something else about Operation Ashan that we haven't mentioned yet. According to Fedorov, the second phase of the operation saw Ukraine unleash a new type of drone that it designed specifically to destroy Russian artillery barrels. That's according to a June 17th report by United 24 Media, which quoted Fedorov. Ukraine's defense minister revealed little about the new type of drone, though he did point out that disabling Russian artillery using standard drone drops is extremely difficult, and often not as effective as Ukraine needs it to be. Artillery damaged in such a fashion can often be repaired, Fedorov says, making any benefits from such drone strikes temporary. To overcome this problem, Ukraine's engineers came up with a new type of munition for Operation Ashan that not only targets a Russian artillery barrel, but is powerful enough to rupture the barrel to the point where the artillery unit can never be used again. A special shell was developed, and after just 2 nights, 250 units of Russian artillery were destroyed. There is video confirmation for each case, is all Fedorov would say. Beyond that, we don't know much about Ukraine's barrel shredder, and that's probably for the best. The less that Ukraine says about its new munition, the higher the likelihood that it will be able to execute another phase of Operation Ashan in the future without Russia being able to do a thing about it. And that brings us to the big question: why does Operation Ashan matter? We'll be answering that question in a moment. Before we do, this is a quick reminder that you are watching The Military Show. If you're getting insight from our channel, then hit subscribe and ring the notification bell to ensure that you see more of our videos when they're published. We know what Operation Ashan wasn't. Fedorov says that this 2-phase, multi-year operation was never about Ukraine going on the offensive. Rather, it was about stopping Russian offensives in their tracks. Ukraine used over 1,000 drones during 3 days of attacks in the initial phase, and it would have used hundreds more in the following one, all to prevent Russia from conducting assaults with anywhere near the ferocity that it would have been able to muster without this operation. Have any of the counter-offensives that we've seen Ukraine launch in 2026 been aided by Operation Ashan and its weakening of Russia's forces? Perhaps, but that was never the intention. The main intention was what we just mentioned, making sure that Russia couldn't hit Ukraine's cities and defenses as hard as it wanted. Each target means less fire on Ukrainian positions and cities, Ukraine's military says, adding, each such operation weakens the enemy and brings closer the moment when it loses the ability to impose its terms on the battlefield. In other words, this was about survivability across both phases. Russia certainly isn't slowing down with its ground assaults, even in the wake of the second phase of Operation Ashan. As Pravda reported on July 1st, the previous 24 hours had seen Russia and Ukraine engage in 256 clashes across the front, with the most intensive of those fights taking place in the Pokrovsk and Sloviansk sectors, both of which are in the Donetsk region that Ukraine targeted in the second phase. It's in this high number of clashes that we see the real point of Operation Ashan. Putin would order all of these assaults regardless. It doesn't matter if his soldiers have armor and artillery or not. But to Ukraine, it means everything because of how Russia conducts ground warfare. Artillery in particular is central to the Russian way of war. A lot has been said about the relentless missile and drone assaults that Russia conducts against Ukraine. But when it comes to Russia making actual advances on the ground, artillery is key. Russia also uses artillery differently from Western forces, the Royal United Services Institute points out. Where Western armies typically use artillery to help them maneuver, Russian forces typically conduct maneuvers so that they can get into position to bombard defenses with artillery. This fundamental difference in approach is vital for Ukraine to counter. To Russia, artillery is the main form of firepower that its forces can bring to the table in close battles over territory. All of Russia's combined armed elements are organized around artillery units that are positioned to unleash constant fire against Ukraine's defenses. Typically, those artillery units will go to the front to offer their firepower during assaults and will then withdraw to what's supposed to be safe territory. Ukraine knows this. And both phases of Operation Ashan were designed to counter this Russian approach. When Ukraine's military talks about absorbing less fire from Russian artillery, that has been made possible by the wholesale destruction of that artillery during Operation Ashan. For Russia, this means assaults aren't conducted in the way that its entire military is trained to conduct. Artillery can't be used to provide sustained fire because it doesn't exist to be moved into position in the first place. That leaves assault units to attack much stronger Ukrainian defenses, which are also lethal due to the swarms of drones ahead of them. And remember, Ukraine also used its brilliant operation to cripple hundreds of armored vehicles. That leaves Russia's assault forces unprotected and forced to attack without the backdrop of artillery fire that is supposed to weaken Ukraine's defenses before Russian troops ever reach them. The result is inevitable. Russian soldiers die on a scale they otherwise wouldn't, and Ukraine's defenses hold up much longer because they don't have to sustain the pressure that Russia's artillery-based strategy is supposed to provide. And as a nice little coda to this aspect of Operation Ashan, Russia's artillery losses across the entire war are so vast, with up to 34,000 units having been lost, that it's having to come up with new assault tactics on the fly. Russia is now being forced to use drones where it would otherwise have used artillery. Using FPV drones isn't new to Russia, of course. But previously, even those drones acted in a supporting role to artillery. Now they have to take center stage. That could cause problems for Ukraine in the future. As Russia ramps up its drone production, particularly of the heavy bomber drones that are closest to artillery shells in terms of firepower, it will gain precision that artillery couldn't offer. However, Ukraine is a long way ahead of Russia when it comes to drones. And that brings us to the second reason why Operation Ashan is so important. It highlights just how deep Ukraine's drone advantage is and has been for so much of the war. Practically every target that Ukraine hit during Operation Ashan was struck by a Ukrainian drone, showcasing how far ahead Ukraine is of Russia when it comes to using its drones for precision strikes. Russia is only just starting to do the same on the front lines now, and that's only after Ukraine has caused so much damage to its artillery-based strategy. But Russia has a long way to go before it can catch up to Ukraine. Ukraine leads when it comes to numbers and tech. On June 11th, the Commander-in-Chief of Ukraine's armed forces, Alexander Syrskyi, revealed that Ukraine struck almost 180,000 military targets in May, most of which were hit by drones. Ukrainian FPV drones now outnumber Russian FPV drones by 1.5 to 1 on the battlefield, and that gap is only getting wider. The emergence of Ukraine's mid-range strike drones also means that any future phases of Operation Ashan will see Ukraine striking deeper than ever before. The first two phases saw Ukraine hit targets over 50 kilometers away from the front. Now Ukraine's mid-strike drones can travel 200 kilometers or more. They're already doing that to shatter Russian logistics in the rear. If Russia has a mind to withdraw its artillery to that sort of distance, it still won't be safe. And that's the point. Artillery is already useless at 50 kilometers, never mind 200. As Ukraine's drone advantage grows, Russia has to push its artillery even further back, rendering it a non-factor. Sticking with drones, Ukraine is also a long way ahead of Russia when it comes to drone technology and tactics. While Russia is struggling to adopt Ukraine's approach now that it's lost so much artillery, Ukraine is already using drone interceptors to destroy Russian Shahid types before they're able to crash down into cities. Many of the drones that Ukraine unleashes on the front and in the mid-range now use AI to travel and automatically identify targets. That capability often takes satellite navigation out of the equation, which also means that Russian electronic warfare systems have no signals to jam. Russia claims that it's using AI for similar purposes. Ukraine's results are far more obvious, suggesting that Russia is puffing up its AI capabilities in the face of Ukraine's drones performing much better. What Operation Ashan shows us is the true gulf in class that exists on the drone front. As Ukraine continues to innovate, it's likely we'll see a third phase, likely as unannounced as the first two, that Russia won't be able to stop either. Who knows? The scope of the next phase could be extended to Russia's drone operation facilities, thus counteracting Russia's adaptation to its artillery problems. What's clear is that drones have been key to Ukraine reversing the momentum of the war. Operation Ashan now stands as one of the purest showcases of how that momentum shift has been achieved. Russia knows that more is coming. On June 25th, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky announced that he had approved a new 40-day strategic initiative that will be carried out by the Security Service of Ukraine. The goal of this initiative is to pressure Russia into giving up its war, and it seems likely that pressure will come from more middle and deep strikes. With the artillery down, Ukraine is now targeting Russian infrastructure and logistics more frequently. Will a third phase of Operation Ashan happen during these 40 days of pressure? Zelensky isn't saying, and Russia won't know until it's happening. What we do know for sure is that Ukraine raged against Russia's machines with machines of its own in this secret operation. And now, so much of what's been happening in Ukraine since mid-2025 makes a lot more sense. The drone strike numbers for 2026 alone show how much the momentum shift that Operation Ashan helped to create is affecting Russia. 800,000 verified targets hit and continue. That's what Ukraine has to show for the first half of 2026, and it's all due to the drone advantage we talked about. You can dig a lot deeper into that advantage if you watch our video. And if you enjoyed this video, make sure that you subscribe to The Military Show and hit the notification bell so that you're among the first to know when we publish a new video. And thank you for watching.
time in the life of this country, and no bill is more important than the Save America Act. The president did the right thing yesterday by canceling the bill signing unless the SAVE Act is attached. I personally think we should not have any more legislation until the Senate comes back in session, and they're out.
I gotta cook, guys. I'm sorry. I mean, I was just gonna get buns, and then we didn't know buns, and it turned into a big thing. So I mean, like, I'll be right back.
And Mike Lee for cranking this thing up. It was passed by the House in 2025. It was passed January 29th of this year, and we still don't have the SAVE Act being brought up. This group of congressmen know the importance of it, and I just want to thank each and every one of you for taking the time to stand up. And frankly, we ought to be doing this every week we're in session. What this bill does is pretty simple in that it establishes procedures for citizenship. You have to have documentary proof. It requires reasonable accommodations for those who are disabled. And folks, bottom line, we want Americans picking who represents us at every level. And now's the time to act. We call on the Senate to move on this. And you'll hear from the different speakers that will emphasize the importance of this. And I think if we can't do this, it's a failure of both Democrats and Republicans. Speaking first is the original author, Congressman Chip Roy.
Well, I want to thank Ralph. I want to thank my colleagues here, members of the House Freedom Caucus, great patriots that I'm proud to serve with. 2 years ago, when I worked to draft this legislation, I worked intently with a number of folks who are currently in the administration in the White House. I worked with Senator Mike Lee, worked with my colleagues here, Cleta Mitchell, one of the most highly respected election lawyers in the nation. And we drafted a simple bill, and it's not complicated. The American people understand it, and that's why it's so important. Only American citizens should vote in American elections. Voter ID should apply in federal elections. The Constitution is clear that we have authority to address this matter, both from the standpoint of handling immigration and dealing with the rules involving our own elections. This is something that the American people want us to do. Very clearly, this is something that the President of the United States wants to see accomplished by virtue of his actions yesterday with respect to the housing bill, but also in his messaging, he's been very clear about this. The only question before us right now is whether the Senate will put America first or continue to put the Senate first. That's what the question is. We're trying to say that the Senate needs to move forward and to force this through using all of the tools at their disposal and to stop hiding behind fake thresholds that the Senate itself has put in place. There is no constitutional requirement for 60 votes. Now look, I want to pause for a second. I'm a former creature of the Senate, Chief of Staff to Ted Cruz. I was a lawyer on the Senate Judiciary Committee. I understand the Senate better than, frankly, most. The fact is, we have procedures for the Senate to be the cooling saucer, and no one here is suggesting we shouldn't have that. No one is saying that the Senate shouldn't be able to have rules, to be able to be the historic cooling saucer that it's been. But for senators to blindly ignore the history of the Senate in being able to pass the Civil Rights Act, for example, in the 1960s, after 3 months of sitting on the floor of the House, forcing people to go through the actual work of filibustering on the floor of the Senate, through the rules and the procedures, going through two-speech rule and so forth, to then burn their time and then force the question to a 51 vote threshold. That's the Senate working. Today they're hiding. And we want them to come forward and to own this issue that we believe is paramount to the future of this nation. The republic is hanging in the balance. Will this country be governed and will the decisions be made by American citizens whose forefathers fought, bled, and died for this country? Or will it be made by people who have come in here and invaded our country illegally and are trying to take this country over? There are numerous other topics I could get into. We're here to talk about the Save America Act. This group is committed to getting it done. This group is we're the ones willing to stand up and take the arrows for saying that we're not going to move legislation, that we're going to stand up and say no, that we're going to stand up and try to force the Senate to act. That's one of the reasons why you've seen some things slow down this week. You're seeing rules now not moving forward because we are committed to achieving the objective the American people want us to do, which is deliver. One final point. This president is set apart because he delivers. This president wants to stand up and achieve something for the American people, not just put something up for campaign purposes. That's the difference. We're here to try to win. And that's why I'm proud to affiliate with this group. And now I'll recognize the gentlelady from Tennessee, Dinah Harshbarger.
Thank you, Chip. And I appreciate the ability to be here today. There's a lot going on in the House, nothing going on in the Senate. But the integrity of American elections on the line, ladies and gentlemen, and the Senate's doing nothing about it. Nothing. They left for a 2-week recess because it's too hard. And right now, legal American citizens do not control their own destiny. We all know where this road leads. We saw it happen 2 weeks ago or 2 days ago in New York. We've seen it happen in California. The radical far left anti-American socialists are taking over the Democratic Party, and they can't do anything about it. If we do not secure our elections, that is the direction the whole country will take. The Save America Act, supported by an overwhelming majority of Americans. You know, we're elected to listen to the people we serve, and we're not doing that. We're just forcing the hand of the House and the Senate to do what is right. There's nothing controversial about election integrity. The fact that we're even having the debate is beyond comprehension. Democrats don't want election integrity because it'll help them politically. It's incumbent upon us as Republicans to do the right thing for the sake of America's future. And I want to speak directly to every senator blocking the Save America Act. I don't care about your political future, and I don't care about your fundraising schedule. You took an oath to the American people, not to yourself. Legal American citizens are losing control of their own country. And they are letting it happen. So grow a set, Senate. Do what the House has already done and what the American people expect from us. And pass the Save America Act. And with that, it is my honor to pass it on to Representative Mary Miller, who is a good conservative patriot.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. And thank you to my dear friend, Ralph Norman, for organizing this important conference. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris opened our borders and allowed 20 million illegal aliens into our country. That's a fact. It's also a fact that non-citizens have been identified on voter rolls and they are voting in our elections. This is a threat to the foundation of our country, and we stand with President Trump in treating it with the seriousness that it deserves. My colleagues and I on the House administration did our job and passed this legislation. House Republicans did their job and passed this legislation. Now the ball is in the Senate's court. We must get this bill to President Trump's desk. Prove you're a citizen to vote and show a voter ID. For most Americans, this is common sense. Yet Democrats are treating proof of citizenship and voter ID as though they are threats to democracy. This is nonsense. I'm calling on Senate Majority Leader John Thune to use every tool available to get this legislation to President Trump's desk. Republican senators must stop hiding behind arcane Senate procedure. The American people are demanding action. They voted for secure borders, they voted for election integrity, and they voted to put the American citizen first. The time for excuses is over. The time for action is now. Pass the Save America Act. Let's secure the future of our republic. Thank you. And now I'd like to turn it over to Eli Crane.
Thank you guys for showing up here today. I want to say thank you to Ralph Norman for bringing us all together. I want to say thank you to Chip Roy for being the author of this act. I also want to thank the president for basically blowing this week up and doing the right thing. Unfortunately, that's the only thing that works in this town is political force, and President Trump showed it again yesterday. This is how important this issue is to him. but I think it's important to him because of how important it is to American citizens. It just blows my mind. This is an 80-20 issue. Democrats, independents, and Republican voters all think that this is common sense to have to show that you're a citizen, show an ID if you're going to vote in our elections. This is one of our most sacred rights as American citizens, to vote in our elections and choose who's going to represent us. It just boggles my mind. If you are a dictator around the world, if you run a nation state who is opposed to the United States and us having strong leadership, all you would have to do is slip 10, 20, 30, 40,000 people into this country and get them to vote in our elections, and you could easily flip a state, which could easily flip a presidential election. And don't think for a second that they won't, or that those numbers are exaggerated. We saw between 10 or 15 million people come into the country under the Biden administration. 10 to 15 million people come into the country under the Biden administration. And most voters look at these issues like these are isolated issues, but they're not. This is all about one word and one word only, and it always has been and it always will be, and that is power. That is why Democrat elected officials here in Washington, D.C. are trying to oppose this, even though many of their own voters support it. And like I said, it's an 80-20 issue. You have to show ID to buy alcohol. You have to show ID if you want to get a rental car. But oh no, you couldn't possibly need to show ID to exercise your most critical right in this country, and that's to choose who our representation is, who our leaders are. So this group, the House Freedom Caucus, is calling on the Senate to do what the American people sent us here to do, and do what we said we were going to do, and make sure that American citizens and American citizens only vote in our elections. Quit hiding behind your arcane rules. We know you can get this done. We know there's precedent. My good friend Chip Roy talked about the precedents. Quit hiding behind these rules. Stay in Washington and do the work that the American people sent us here to do. And from the political side of this, why would the American people send us back as Republicans if we can't even execute the most basic, common sense legislation in protecting our American voting system? Why would they send us back? And Diana, she said it well. They're more concerned with their fundraising schedules, their lunches, their dinners, and hiding behind archaic rules. We have passed this bill multiple times in the House. We are calling on the Senate to do what needs to be done, do the hard work, and at the very least, put it up for a vote and let the American people see where you as elected representatives, you as senators, stand on this issue. This is so important. And I know there are many dangerous threats around the country, but the biggest threats to this country are right here within. And if we can't iron out some of these common sense, very important issues like making sure American citizens only vote in our elections, this country is gone. Thank you. And I want to turn it over to my good friend and colleague from Texas, Mr. Kiesel.
Thank you, Eli. Thank you, Chip, for authoring this bill. Just a couple of points. This is the most popular bill in America in a long time. This is the most important bill that this Congress could pass in decades. President Trump has now made it a signature bill to be passed by the U.S. Congress. I spent 25 years of my life in the Army uniform, multiple deployments, plus 10 years stationed overseas, defending America against the very cultures that we have imported by the tens of millions in the recent past. I filed a bill today because we experience the impacts, the effects of a Senate that refuses to move every single day in this country. This is only one bill that they refuse to move. They won't do anything. I filed a bill today to repeal the 17th Amendment, to tear down the royalty known as the U.S. Senate in the United States of America today, to return the authority to the state legislatures to determine their senators. This will rebalance the U.S. Constitution as it was designed. If the Senate refuses to act today, let's return the Constitution to the way it was originally designed and repeal the 17th Amendment. I yield now to the chairman of the House Freedom Caucus, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Andy Harris.
Thank you very much. Look, I'll be very brief. The president did the right thing this week. The president knows that with the Biden 10 to 20 million people who crossed the border during the last administration, probably half of them are voting age. And if you listen carefully to what the Democrat Socialists of America say, they want everybody to vote. But the American people don't agree. The American people, you can poll anywhere in this country. You can poll Democrats, Republicans, Independents, blacks, whites, Hispanics. Everybody agrees that American citizens should be the only ones voting in federal elections. That's all this does. And it says, oh, by the way, you should actually have to show a voter ID. Hugely popular with the American people. That's why the president backs it. That's why we back it. That's why the Senate has to do the right thing. I want to thank our policy director, Chip Roy, for dealing with this issue, for filing the bill, and for pointing out that the Senate, under its current rules, can pass this with 51 votes. They just have to debate it. And honestly, I and the American people would love to hear the argument that Chuck Schumer makes against voter ID, especially since he suggested it's possible. Let's hear the argument. Let Americans know exactly what the Democrats in the Senate are up to when they're opposing this bill. And I've been around long enough to know how this process works. You set up the straw man, you say, well, the current bill as it's structured can't get 51 votes. Okay, tweak it so it gets 51 votes. We know all the Republicans support citizens voting. We know they all support voter ID. Let that be the foundation. Let's build a bill that they can support. The bottom line is the Senate is too lazy to do America's business right now, and that's just plain wrong. America deserves better. That's why we stood up for this. That's why we're 1,000% behind the president in saying business has to stop in Washington, business as usual, until we deal with this issue. Thank you very much, and I bring up the representative from Florida, future governor, Byron Donalds.
The Senate sucks. I'm just going to come out and say it. They suck. This is not hard. 80% of the American people want the Save America Act to pass. Not 80% of Republicans, 80% of the American people. And the only organization that refused to act is the United States Senate. Everybody else is saying, this is common sense. We should do common sense things. Let's make sure only Americans are voting in our elections. Makes sense, right? Let's protect the franchise of the American people. Let's make sure that people who are sent to Washington are being voted on by Americans. Who the American people choose is up to them, but we have a responsibility to secure that franchise and to secure that process for the American people. And what is happening in the U.S. Senate is laziness, and quite frankly, it's disgusting. What? The Senate Democrats don't want to have voter ID in America. Why? Because they want to maintain their power. Senate Republicans don't want to do the right thing and actually have a true filibuster on the floor and debate the matter on the floor, because it would take them away from their precious meetings that they have to conduct. I'm sorry. They have a responsibility to open up the Senate floor and debate this issue in front of the American people. I agree with Chairman Harris 1,000%. I want to hear what Chuck Schumer has to say on the floor in full debate about why he opposes this measure. I want to hear what Elizabeth Warren has to say about why she would oppose this measure. I want her to tell the people of Massachusetts why she believes that the people of Massachusetts should not have to show a photo ID in order to vote in a federal election in the United States of America. Just the other day, President Obama opened up his presidential library in Chicago. You needed an ID to attend the event. So if you're going to show up for President Obama's library, you got to present a voter ID, a photo ID to gain access to that event. But to vote in our elections, you don't have to do that? That makes no sense. It's crazy and it's stupid. And so the United States Senate has a responsibility to open up that floor, use Senate procedure, actually have a debate, have a filibustering debate. If Bernie Sanders wants to hold the floor of the U.S. Senate for 6 months, let him. Go ahead. Swap out the Depends, get some body armor, somebody slip you some whatever you need. Keep it going. Because it demonstrates the stupidity of your arguments. And that is what the American people want to see. I, for one, want to see what their argument is. But we're not getting that because, and to be blunt, because we have Republican senators who still believe that the U.S. Senate is operating in 1990 America. That is ridiculous. The Democrats are true radicals. They don't want to negotiate. They don't want to debate. They want to obstruct. They want to obstruct common sense. One of the other pieces of legislation, and actually our good friend Chip Roy was a sponsor of that one too, codifying Donald Trump's border security measures.
It's not like I hate
snakes. Overwhelmingly in the House. The Democrats will all vote
no.
Why?
Because
they want
big ass rat.
It's that simple. It's been proven now twice
that somebody
in his
could
first
buy for their
administration and
fucking
now that his
pet. It's
procedures
literally
secure
tamed and
this
everything.
nation.
I'm like, oh my
The
god.
Democrats don't want to support that because they
Did I
don't
tell you
want to
the story?
secure this nation.
I
But if
remember
the
telling you the
Republicans
story.
in the
Do you
Senate
remember when
hide
the-
behind this
the
arcane
son
rule
of,
where they don't even go
or,
to
you
the
know,
floor
kinda
and
like
debate
Alex
these
would've been,
matters
you know,
until
but this
they
dude's
vote
like
to
nuts
end
by
debate.
Alex.
Like, this is ridiculous.
Alex, it was only like
Nobody
20.
else operates like this except the U.S. Senate.
But,
There is not one state
anyway,
in
he
America
passed his stupid
that
charges
has a
sitting in the
filibuster
yard.
rule like what's
Yeah,
up here
he
on
could've been
Capitol
like
Hill.
that.
Not one.
Yeah,
Go to
like
any
he was
state,
son, but
blue
not
state,
like me.
red state.
Like, I'm
Their
not the
Senate,
dad,
it's
you
an
know?
up or down vote.
For-
They debate the
for
matter,
Austin
they negotiate the matter, up or
and then,
down vote,
remember I
they
told
move
you,
the package. It is only here where U.S. senators are too lazy to actually get in a room and truly negotiate. They rather go to their lunches behind closed doors and point fingers at the president because the president is doing his job that he was elected to do and swept the battleground states for, which is to make sure that this nation is secure for the future of the United States and its people. This is nuts. They need to come back. They need to pass this legislation. And with respect to colleagues who are saying
like,
we're done
you know
doing
what?
business in the House,
You're gonna have to
until this gets
sacrifice
passed,
one of your mouse.
Hey, Senate, balls
Yeah,
in
I
your
can't
court.
remember the name
Open
of
it
it
up,
or whatever
do the
the
right
fuck they-
thing,
but,
actually debate,
honestly,
actually negotiate,
that whole
come to
thing
some
had me
compromise,
traumatized.
and let's see what you do.
Fucking taking
Because this
a
has been
hatchet out,
happening
fucking
over and
cutting the
over
head
and
off
over
of a
again. I can
rat,
tell you
like
how
walking
times
it
we're sick
over
of
into the field and just
We
throwing
do
it
a
into
lot
the
of work
field like it
on
was
this side of the
nothing.
Capitol, going through these packages, the
Like,
men
I'm
and
like,
women
okay,
behind
that-
me, negotiating stuff in good faith
Eh,
with
it's
leadership,
different.
sometimes with the
I've
other side
never
of the
seen
aisle,
that.
to come up with packages. We send it over to the Senate, and what do? They go to lunch. They don't work, they don't debate, they go to lunch. Maybe one or two of them will sit there and deliberate and come up with something and say, oh, well, this is the only way it's going to pass. In the cover of darkness, no transparency, they just send it back. It's sick, it's disgusting, I'm over it. I think everybody up here is over it as well. I want to turn the podium over to the gentle lady, the dean of the Colorado delegation, Congresswoman Boebert.
I think pretty much everything has been said, just not everybody said it yet. We are absolutely fed up with the Senate and their leadership and not taking up the Save America Act. Chip Roy introduced this years ago, has modified it. We have passed it twice out of the House, and now the Senate is recessing for 2 weeks. This is absolutely embarrassing. Now, if you want to make an excuse that it's America's 250, well, that should be more of an excuse for you to stay here and actually do the work, that you are one of few in America who have the honor to have this position, to legislate, to govern. This isn't a time for campaigns and firework-filled parties. This is a time to actually show the American people that we will do what we said we would do, that we can govern correctly, that we will govern as we campaign. Us in the House, we have to campaign all the time. We're up every 2 years. There's primaries going on. There's primaries that just finished. The Senate has 6 years to do those kind of activities. And what, they're at a crunch point now? Now they have to get out there and they can't actually legislate after they made excuses for how many years? The American people sent Republicans here with a majority, with a mandate to secure our borders, which President Trump has done a darn good job at doing to secure our energy, to secure our economy, to secure our children's future, and to secure our elections. I've heard a lot of talk from our leadership that, okay, maybe we can compromise and have a grant program. Maybe we can, in the reconciliation bill, have a grant program that incentivizes states to opt in, and we fund this Real ID measure. And then we'll just take care of this because we'll have voter ID. That's not enough law that is created because the blue states won't opt into that. They will opt out if needed and will not touch that grant money. If there is going to be a successful grant measure moving forward, then we need to go back to the days of Reagan, where he wanted the drinking age to be 21, and he said, okay, well, in THUD, in the transportation bill, we are not going to allow you to opt in and get grant funding for your highways and your transportation needs unless your state has a 21-year drinking age. So you have got to connect it to existing funds if that is the route you're going to go. Don't create a new grant program that only red states who are already operating in good faith and doing their best to secure elections are going to opt into. The blue states say, well, you can keep your stinking grant money. We're going to keep the voter base that we imported in from the southern border. We spent 4 long, hard years doing it, and we're not going to give up the ability to have our own voter base with these illegal non-U.S. citizens in our elections. So I think that position is absolute nonsense. The Senate, of course, needs to take up this bill. As you heard our chairman, Andy Harris, say, we can negotiate on the actual bill. There has to be a baseline of American citizens and voter ID. Women aren't going to be disenfranchised because they're married and have a new name. That is nonsense. The Democrat and the legacy media talking point that women won't be able to vote is BS. I am a woman. I've gone through a name change process. I can still vote. I will still be able to vote. This is absolutely embarrassing that we have Republican leadership in the Senate and they're out for 2 weeks. This is not why I am here. That is not why anyone else is here. We didn't come here for long vacations. Even if you say you're working in your district, even if you are working in your district, we have a lot of work to do here. We have important bills that we have sent to the Senate. And sure, there are jokes where all the good bills are sent to the Senate to die, but we actually want them to be voted on and signed into law. We are here to legislate, allow us to govern, allow us to secure our country and our elections. And now I turn it over to my friend Andrew Clyde from Georgia.
Thank you and good morning. My House Freedom colleagues and I were central in passing the Save America Act here in the House. And in fact, my good friend and our very own Chip Roy wrote the bill. And so Ralph, thank you for organizing this today. We delivered results for our republic, a bill to secure our elections, which 80% of Americans support, including 69% of independents and the majority of rank-and-file Democrats. The Save America Act has sky-high approval ratings because it is just plain common sense. Despite the Democrats' manufactured outrage, the requirements in this bill are not controversial with the American people. American citizens already show ID to rent a car, to board an airplane. In fact, every one of us had to show ID to fly here, to open a bank account, and even, as was already mentioned, to visit the Obama Presidential Library. You know, if our government requires photo ID in order to exercise your Second Amendment rights, then why is voter ID not required to exercise your voting rights? We hold these truths to be self-evident. The only reason the Democrat Party opposes photo ID and proof of U.S. citizenship to vote is because they want to cheat in our elections. That's it. The American people have watched for years as their hard-earned tax dollars were stolen by fraudsters across this country. They know that if their tax dollars can be defrauded so shamelessly, then so can their ballot. In 2024, the American people sent Republicans to Washington with an overwhelming mandate for real, meaningful action. No more talking points, no more hiding behind tradition or legislative procedure. They want us to fight to win. Every single day, the American people wake up and go to work. They show up, they do their jobs, they deliver results. We're here today demanding the United States Senate do the same thing. Show up, do your job, deliver results for the American people. That means Senator Murkowski, Senator Tillis, Senator Collins, do your job. Show up for the American people. Senator Thune, call the Senate back into session. Do your job for the American people. Washington cannot and will not operate under business as usual while the Senate deprives President Trump of his agenda, the agenda that the American people elected him to accomplish. We cannot fail to protect America's most sacred civil responsibility, the right to vote. We're here today with a clear and simple message to the Senate. Enforce the talking filibuster, bring the Save America Act to the floor, and send it to President Trump's desk. The American people are waiting, they're watching, and they're counting on us. And they're counting on you, the Senate. Don't let them down. Pass the Save America Act right now. And with that, I turn it over to my friend and colleague, Josh Burkeen.
Thank you. Our founders were purposeful. And today the word archaic Senate rules have come up. That implies something of tradition that some people would rally around and say, well, that's conservative. Let's go off to tradition. But we are straining the gnat and eating the camel because that tradition is unconstitutional. So for the times that you've heard it said that it's archaic, it's also unconstitutional. And let me give you a basis for that. If you read Federalist 73, Hamilton talks about that they did fear the excess of lawmaking, but they believed in the unique structure of the Constitution that the veto pen of the president was what separated us. And that alone, they were willing, as they said in Federalist 73, they knew that they would sacrifice a few good bills, but they feared the bad bills more. What the United States Senate has been operating off of, and I want to be clear, as Representative Roy talked about, we're not even talking about getting rid of the filibuster. But to take it to the nth degree, if we were, the filibuster itself came in 1806, and it was an accident. You heard that right. It was an accident in 1806 where Vice President Burr said something to a group of senators. They then did something that left them without the ability to close debate by a removal of a previous question issue. That's how we ended up with the filibuster. And when you read Jefferson's writings, he was explicit of not having the tyranny of the few, that with the veto of what Federalist 73 talked about, they believed that a simple majority was a proactive way to make sure things got done in this country. Think about, if you're purposeful in the Constitution, name the places where it takes 2/3. Constitutional amendments, treaty ratification. Do you notice they never intended for this? But let's not even go that far. Let's just go as far back as recent past where the talking filibuster was employed, as Mike Lee, Chip Roy are accurately talking about. I want people to understand that your senators are pushing back and say, we want to go on tradition. They are straining the gnat and eating the camel. It's unconstitutional what they're doing. And that's why you as a voter are frustrated when we get the majority, we're not able to execute on agendas. And whether it is through dealing with the talking filibuster, they determine the rules. That's what the Constitution says. The Senate determines their own rules. And whether it's that or whether it's through a bird rule discussion, they determine the rules, not the parliamentarian. These archaic hindrances are created to hide behind, they know it, 15% foreign-born population right now in this country. Highest it's ever been. We're an outlier among the world of those who look at democracy as, we're a republic, but among even democracies, 46 out of 47 democracies in Europe require photo identification. President Trump is right. This matters. With that, I want to turn it over to Scott Perry.
Morning, everybody. Look, I'm just going to call the balls and strikes here. The Senate stands in utter contempt, not of my colleagues here, not only of the institution, well, of my colleagues, but not only of my colleagues in the institution, but primarily of the American people. That's who they stand in contempt of. This is an issue, as has been explained over and over again, has bipartisan, strong, very strong, it doesn't matter where you are on the political spectrum, by and large, if you're an American, you agree with this in overwhelming percentages. And for the Senate to just get up and walk out. Remember, it only takes one vote to object. Only takes one. And, you know, I don't want to pick on my own team here, but the American people sent all of us here to get something done. And they see, the American people know what time it is, right? They just watched what happened in New York City. They watched what happened in Los Angeles. They're watching communists take over. They're watching Sharia law being affected and implemented across their country. They know what time it is. And they sent people here to do something about that. And we're doing our level best in the House of Representatives with a small majority to try and deliver for the American people. But the Senate is more interested, I'm just going to say this, both sides, you got to call the balls and strikes, both sides in the status quo here. They're hoping that at some point the Trump presidency ends, the Freedom Caucus ends, the American people get tired, and they just go back to what they've been doing for decades and decades now, which is nothing, which is literally nothing. This is supposed to be the most important deliberative body on the planet, this place, this building, including the House and the Senate. All we're asking them to do, look, all of us want the Save America Act passed. Most of America, Democrat, Republican, Independent, wants the Save America Act passed. Chip Roy, the author, certainly does. President Trump certainly does. That would be great if they would pass it. But this is the minimum we're asking for the most important deliberative body on the planet. Come to work and deliberate and vote. What we got was, we don't have the votes. We don't have, that's what we heard. We don't have the votes. How do we know we don't have the votes if you're not going to call the vote? Have the debate. Let's hear the arguments. Maybe there's a flaw. Maybe we missed something. Maybe there's some outstanding issue that's important that has been unaddressed. That's what this is about. But they've just walked away and said, to hell with all you people. We don't give a damn what you think. It is unacceptable. And so whether it's Mitch McConnell or, quite honestly, look, we have our right criticisms for the Senate leader, and we're in the majority. We get that. But let's remember, he's not getting any help at all from one Democrat, not one. And there are plenty of Democrats, the overwhelming majority of Democrats in the United States of America that want this bill just like Republicans and just like independents. So while, yes, it goes to leadership because we're in charge here, we're getting no assistance whatsoever, and we're getting absolutely complete and utter contempt from Democrats who won't even support their own party in this issue. And so for whatever it's worth, we demand that they come back and get to work. We'll be here. We'll be here over the independent. We'll be here over Independence holiday. We will stay and do whatever it takes. We have done our job, but if there's more to do, God bless it, we will stay and suffer through it, because that's what you hired us to do. That's what the American people demand of us. But to walk away and just leave it open for 2 weeks and do nothing while the world is on fire, while our country remains on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, we know the Senate's broken. We're in the House. We can't fix it, but they can. They just refuse to, and there's going to be consequences for that, I'm sure. The American people are fed up. I'll yield back.
Folks, in closing, again, thank all of my colleagues for coming here. Let me appeal for each one of you listening to this through the news channels and through the media. We need your help. We, the people, call in 100 senators and tell them to come back. We can't individually do it ourselves or as a group. We need every American to get on the phone, text, call your senators to get them back up here and do the job. America is waiting. As has been said, now's the time, and we can't wait any longer. We'll be glad to take some questions.
Thanks, sir. Congresswoman Luna brought this up a little bit, but Speaker Johnson said multiple times yesterday he thinks the path now is to include some SAVE-like elements in reconciliation involving a grant program. Is that something you guys would support in reconciliation, or think that this satisfies the need for the SAVE?
We'll let each one of them speak, but from my standpoint, I don't want to vote on anything else. Until this is passed and attached to the bills coming forward, I'm not voting for anything. And I think a lot of people are fed up. That's our way of saying come back and do your job. Chip?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I would add is we're not interested in getting a watered-down version of this. And a lot of things are thrown around about saying that the Save America Act can ride on reconciliation. And with all due respect, we've not gotten any signals from the Senate that they're inclined to, essentially overturn the parliamentarian and basically blow up the Byrd rule to say that they're going to allow this to pass alongside a reconciliation product. Step one, if you're going to have a reconciliation product, is have a reconciliation product that we can all support. We've not seen that yet. Step two is if you're going to attach the Save America Act, attach it in full, and then force the Senate to have to act on it. If the Senate chooses to water it down, then we'll have another bite at the apple when it comes back here, and we can tell them what we would do or not do. But what my message is to the Speaker and generally is, don't think we're going to just go add some token measures onto what, frankly, is not even a product yet that we should be sending over on its own merit, the reconciliation bill, and then say that we've somehow accomplished what we need to do on the Save America Act. We believe, like the President, we need the entirety of the Save America Act passed, and the Senate needs to have that now. And to my colleague's point, get back on the floor of the Senate. Why did you leave last night? Yesterday was Wednesday. They adjourned on Wednesday night to go home for, 2.5 weeks? I mean, I can tell you something. I represent Kerrville. I need to be in Texas next weekend if I can be, a year after those tragic floods. But I'll be right here on July 3rd, July 4th, and I won't be at the fireworks. I'll be here debating if the Senate will come back and do their job. I won't go anywhere. I'll be happy to be here. The Senate ought to do their job. One final point, not to filibuster, so to speak, but keep in mind, has anybody actually looked at and studied the names of the Senate office buildings and what they were involved with in the talking filibuster of the Civil Rights Act? Dirksen, Russell, the Mansfield room where these guys meet half the time. Do these senators have any knowledge of history? Any concept of what's actually gone on before them? Where Russell was blocking the Civil Rights Act, where Dirksen was trying to get it accomplished, where Mansfield, and you had cross-party lines here, was working to get it accomplished. And they forced it through after 3 months of intense fighting, where blocks of Democrats, particularly Southern bloc Democrats, didn't want to move the Civil Rights Act. And they used this process to get it done. What are they afraid of? That's the actual history when they have all of their highfalutin lunches in all of these rooms and they sit in their, finally appointed offices in the Senate. And they're sitting in the places that are named after the people that use this very tool to try to accomplish something for the American people.
Thank you. Thank you for doing this. I know that you've all made clear that your end goal is for the Senate to come back and pass the Save America Act. But I'm curious this week, with the rule for the appropriations bills kind of stalled, is there anything that Speaker Johnson could offer you in the interim that would get you to vote for that rule and kind of unblock the floor temporarily?
What I'd like to see is the Speaker up here with us calling for the same things we are. Make the appeal to the Senate to come back and pass this thing. And let me add one other thing. We just had a vote in South Carolina. You know how many people voted? We got 5.2 million people. We had 3.3 registered voters, less than 20%. And I think a lot of that is people feel disenfranchised that their vote doesn't count. This will cure that. But to answer your question, this ought to be an all-out assault. We ought to have every member up here making the appeal to pass this. And as Chip said, if put it in its entirety, then let's debate anything that they have a problem with. But they're empty words, particularly with Schumer and so many of the other senators.
The only other thing we'd add on the rule process is there are other things that we've been talking to leadership about that we expect to get accomplished. For example, codification of border security in H.R. 2 that we passed in the last Congress. One of my colleagues said, well, the Senate might not pass that. Well, you know what? The legislative process starts with one of the two houses putting something forward to the other one. We ought to send H.R. 2 or the variation of it, and we've filed it, and it's sitting there. And by the way, the Speaker has said that we ought to move it. Let's move it. Let's put it on the floor. So we've got a lot of things that we think we ought to do to demonstrate to the American people that we're serious, that we want to deliver for them, do what we said we would do. And if the Senate wants to hide behind rules, they're the ones that have to answer for that. But we're the House of Representatives. We're the people's house. So we should send H.R. 2 in a codified version of what the president has been doing to secure the border. And there are other things that we ought to deal. We ought to deal with congressional stock trading. We ought to deal with important issues like central bank digital currency, which, we've been sitting there floating along a halfway version of it on the housing bill. And, we ought to get a full permanent ban on that. And while we're sitting here with FISA having been authorized, why don't we protect American people from warrantless surveillance of their communications? There are a lot of things we ought to do that we said we would do. And before we're moving legislation that, frankly, isn't worth it, like the housing bill or bloated other bills, let's move the stuff the American people want us to.
I want to answer your question directly. We're waiting on a promised vote on H.R. 2, the border bill. We are waiting on a promised central bank digital currency vote on a must-pass bill. You want to know why this group up here is so frustrated? Because we've been through this. We've seen this act before. Now we want to take a bill that has passed the U.S. House of Representatives to actually be actioned in the Senate. So to answer your question, if you put the H.R. 2 on a bill, on a rule, you put a permanent ban of a central bank digital currency on a rule, or you put the entire Save America Act on a rule, I believe that you would get every vote up here.
All right, one more question.
Hi, I just wanted to ask, I guess, what specifically you guys would have John Thune do to persuade or coerce some of these holdouts in the Senate.
Talking filibuster.
Do a talking call the Senate back in session, bring them back. Do a talking filibuster. I think, as Byron Donalds mentioned, keep them up all night and let any of them speak as long as it takes. So that's what we'd have him do. That's what's missing, not leave on a Wednesday for a 2-week vacation.
Yeah, let me address that, because I came to Congress from the Maryland State Senate, where we had a filibuster rule, and we held filibusters. The longest filibuster in the last 50 years in Maryland was over abortion. It was in the late 90s, and it lasted 8 days. That's it. After 8 days, people got tired, and they took an up and down vote on a simple majority, because at that time we had a 2/3 threshold to close debate. Subsequent to that, the longest debate has been 1 day, because if you debate day and night, you get tired of doing it, and you want to move on to something else. That's the way it works. The Senate has no idea about that, because it hasn't done it for decades. But if they look to the states, that's the way it actually works. You come in, you bring the bill, the debate to the floor, and you make everyone stay there and debate. They have to stay because you have quorum calls, the whole thing. They have to go through that drill. I will guarantee you the Democrats are not going to hold up voter ID for weeks and weeks and weeks in an election year with the American people watching.
Guys, thank y'all for coming. Appreciate it. Thank y'all.
The war in Ukraine has raged on for over 4 years and is the bloodiest conflict Russia has seen since World War II. But it's not just humans that have been lost in the battle, it's machines too, specifically Russian tanks. The numbers here are genuinely staggering, but they also come with a big asterisk since sources vary. The most conservative, defensible figures belong to Oryx, the open-source intelligence project that counts only losses it can verify with a photograph or a video. Thus, Oryx has confirmed somewhere in the neighborhood of 4,400 Russian tanks destroyed, damaged, abandoned, or captured between February 2022 and June 2026. But after all that, Russia has been churning out replacements and may actually be on the verge of having more tanks in active service than before it started its so-called special military operation, according to some sources. That sounds like something which should make Kyiv nervous, and yet the dirty secret behind that growing fleet is that Russia can barely use it. Because in the time it took Moscow to rebuild its armored juggernaut, Ukraine quietly did something far more devastating than destroying tanks one by one. Ukraine changed the battlefield itself, and in doing so, turned the main battle tank, which had ruled ground warfare for a century, into something close to a liability. By comparison, Ukraine's confirmed tank losses sit at roughly 1,400, and Oryx itself suggests that this is a floor, not a ceiling, because again, it only counts losses that it can verify with a photo or video. So the true number of vehicles destroyed may be significantly higher than the records. A secondary aggregator suggests that these accounts only display between 50 and 70% of actual Russian tank losses, which means the true number might be higher, plausibly in the range of 6,300 to 8,800 tanks. The Ukrainian General Staff, for its part, claims figures north of 10,000. While that number may be close to the reality, it's coming from a government that stands to gain from its enemies' dead machines, so treat it as the ceiling. But regardless of what numbers you take, at minimum, Russia has lost the equivalent of its entire pre-war active tank fleet, and probably closer to double that. According to the International Institute for Strategic Studies, Russia went to war with roughly 3,000 tanks in active service, and probably had triple that in storage. And the Institute calculated that in just the first 13 months of fighting, between February 2022 and March 2023, Russia lost nearly 1,900 of those active tanks. More than half the standing fleet was gone in little over a year. No army in the modern era has hemorrhage armor at that rate. So how, after all of that, is Russia about to field more tanks than it started with? Well, the answer lies in that storage we mentioned. Most of the tanks in there were stockpiled from the Soviet Union era, where old units were just left with occasional maintenance. The IISS claimed that there could be 9,000 tanks in reserve, while some outlets suggested the number could very well have 5 figures. An OSINT researcher, Jompy, used satellite imagery of tank yards to count a more modest number of 7,342 tanks. And when the losses started piling up in 2023 and 2024, the Kremlin had a problem with simple arithmetic. Some experts claim that Russia's only plant building genuinely new tanks from scratch, Uralvagonzavod in Nizhny Tagil, can produce only around 250 new modern T-90M tanks a year. The Omstrandsmash plant can make another 150 T-80 BVMs, a modernized version of an older model. That's only 400 per year against the losses that averaged at least 85 per month. So Russia had to turn to those boneyards of thousands of old tanks from the Soviet Union. Every other so-called new tank reaching the front ended up not being new at all. It was an old Soviet hull, pulled from storage, stripped, refitted with fresh optics, radios, and reactive armor bolted onto the sides and pushed back into service. But here's where it gets almost absurd, and where you start to see Russian industry doing things that border on archaeology. As Russia worked through the easier candidates, it eventually reached the older tanks in the yards, around 1,000 T-72As dating from the early 1970s. These machines were so degraded that their engines were considered dead. So in September 2024, an industry representative told the State Duma's Defense Committee that Russian industry had launched a so-called new regeneration program, taking the old engines that powered these 45-ton tanks and rebuilding them with new internal parts, essentially resurrecting engines that had been written off as scrap. The catch was that this program was only expected to produce around 100 working engines, enough for about 10% of those stored T-72As. So, in December 2024, Russia doubled down, with the Kingisepp machine building plant in Leningrad Oblast signing a contract to refurbish a different, more powerful engine that also fits the T-72A. Russia was so determined to put 50-year-old tanks back on the road that it stood up an entire industrial effort to bring dead engines back to life. With fresh components, a 1970s T-72A could be brought up to something roughly resembling a modern T-72B3M, though never as well protected. The analyst Jompy has said that this was the moment he became convinced Russia intended to restore nearly its entire stored fleet, anything that was not completely rusted through. So let's actually do the tank math, because it's the spine of this whole story. As we mentioned, Russia started with roughly 3,000 active tanks. It lost somewhere around 4,400 confirmed, up to around 6,000. New production has added perhaps 1,600 tanks across the two most modern models, and the storage drawdown could have yielded around 5,000 recoverable hulls after you subtract the roughly 2,100 that were either rusted beyond saving or belonged to the old T-64 family. When you add all that up, the Russian ground forces could be fielding somewhere between 3,600 and 5,200 tanks, based on the lower limit of losses. That upper figure is almost twice the starting force. So on paper, Russia has rebuilt its armored force and made it bigger. But that same force is also, increasingly, comprised primarily of museum pieces. To understand why, we need to look exactly what kinds of tanks are in this fleet, because not all tanks are created equal, and Russia's lineup tells you everything about a military stretching backward through time to keep its formations full. Now let's start with the workhorse, the T-72. First rolling off Soviet lines in 1972, the T-72 was designed to be cheap, simple, rugged, and producible by the tens of thousands, the armored equivalent of the AK-47. And it's everywhere, being the most common tank on both sides of this war, as Ukraine inherited huge numbers of them too. The modern Russian frontline versions are the T-72B3 and the upgraded T-72B3M, with better fire control and reactive armor. But the T-72 is also the tank that turned into a global meme for catastrophic destruction. By Oryx's visually confirmed count, Russia has lost on the order of 1,800 T-72s, more than any other single type. The reasoning for that is baked into the tank's design, which we'll come back to later after we run through the other types. The second model is the T-80, which suffers from its own share of problems. Introduced in 1976, it was the world's first mass-produced tank powered by a gas turbine engine, the same basic principle as a helicopter or a jet, which made it blisteringly fast and quiet for its size, able to hit 40 miles an hour across open country. The Soviets and later Russians built roughly 5,400 to 5,500 of these tanks, with production extending until 2001. In Ukraine, the T-80 has been ground down relentlessly. By December 2024, open-source counts confirmed at least 1,000 T-80s destroyed, damaged, abandoned or captured, and some analysts argue Russia has effectively burned through its entire deployable T-80 fleet, though that stronger claim should be treated as an estimate rather than a settled fact. Russian commentators have suggested Moscow had committed around 90% of its available T-80s, funneling the survivors back to the Omsk plant in Siberia to be rebuilt into the latest T-80 BVM standard. Russian tank crews are said to have given the T-80 a grim nickname, the Steel Coffin, after watching too many of them lose their turrets in a single violent instant. At the top of the lineup sits the T-90, and specifically its most modern form, the T-90M Prorыв, which is the tank Russian President Vladimir Putin's propaganda machine likes to call one of the best in the world. The T-90 itself derived from the T-72, but layered with improvements, better gun and fire control system, relict reactive armor, the Sosna U gunner's sight, and a commander's panoramic sight that brings it closer to Western standards. It's the best tank Russia actually fights with. And yet, it's been dying in numbers that expose the entire problem. Oryx figures for June 2026 point to somewhere over 220 T-90 variants lost, with 155 of those being the T-90M. But there's another crucial piece of information that might be shocking. Russia is believed to have started the war with fewer than 70 T-90Ms. In 52 months, it's lost more than twice that many. So, those earlier figures suggesting the factory can output 250 in a year, possibly the result of the propaganda machine. And then, when even the T-72 stockpile started running thin, Russia was fully desperate. It went past the 1970s, past the 1960s, and pulled out the T-62, a tank that entered service in 1961, and the T-55, a design whose heritage extends back to the immediate post-war Soviet tank programs. These are antiques with thinner armor, less capable guns, and ammunition storage arrangements that are, if anything, even more dangerous than the newer tanks. Seeing T-55s rumble toward the front in the 2020s was, for many analysts, the single clearest signal that Russia was scraping the bottom of the barrel, trading away every advantage of quality for the brute reassurance of quantity. A tank from 1946 can still kill you, but it's not going to win you a modern war, and Russia knows it. Now, if you want more detailed analytics like these, make sure to subscribe to The Military Show. We post videos on everything important going on in the world. Now, all of this brings us to the crux of this entire story, the tank that was supposed to change everything and ended up being a flop, the T-14 Armata. When Russia first paraded the Armata through Red Square in 2015, it was billed as a revolution, a genuine next-generation tank with an unmanned turret, a protected crew capsule, an active protection system designed to shoot incoming missiles out of the air, and a design explicitly built to defeat the Western contemporaries. But in the largest tank war of the 21st century, where Russia has been desperate enough to deploy machines from 1946, the Armata has been almost completely absent. It made a brief, cautious appearance in 2023, reportedly used only in a rear indirect fire role, and was withdrawn within the month. The official explanation was that the Armata was simply too expensive, and that it made more sense to buy a larger number of cheaper vehicles. Reported unit costs run somewhere between $5 million and $9 million, far more than a T-72, T-80 or T-90. And because it's an entirely new platform, it couldn't even use the existing production lines. Now, it would be easy to mock the Armata as a parade prop, but there is a more interesting counter-argument worth taking seriously. In some ways, the T-14 is not really a design failure at all, but a casualty of timing, a superb tank delivered into a war that no longer rewards superb tanks. In an era where a $1,000 drone can disable a multi-million-dollar vehicle, pouring those millions into a single tank is basically suicidal. Which brings us to the crux of the issue. We've established that Russia has rebuilt a massive fleet of mostly Soviet-era tanks. So why, exactly, did all these tanks fail so catastrophically in the first place? The answer comes in three distinct layers. The first layer involves a vulnerability of the T-72 design that appears repeatedly in footage, even if you didn't know where you were looking at. A Russian tank is hit, there's a flash, and then the entire turret is hurled dozens of feet into the air. Soldiers and analysts call it the jack-in-the-box effect, or the turret toss. This is a quirk of the tank's original engineering. Russian tanks like the T-72, T-80 and T-90 use an automatic loader instead of a human one, which lets them run with a smaller three-man crew and a lower, harder-to-hit profile. To feed that auto loader, the tank stores its ammunition, around 20 ready rounds, in a carousel ring at the base of the turret, right in the center of the vehicle, which surrounds the crew compartment. When a penetrating hit reaches that ring, even one propellant charge can trigger a chain reaction that detonates the entire stockpile at once. The pressure has nowhere to go but up, blowing the turret clean off. The contrast with Western tanks is the part that really exposes the trade-off. A tank like the American M1 Abrams stores its ammunition in a separate compartment in the rear of the turret, sealed off from the crew by an armored door and fitted with blowout panels. When that ammunition is hit, the panels are designed to vent the explosion up and out, away from the crew compartment. The crew can and have survived ammunition fires that would have annihilated a Russian crew instantly. Now, the Soviet designers were not stupid. They made a deliberate choice, accepting a catastrophic failure mode in exchange for a smaller, lighter, cheaper tank that was easier to mass produce, easier to transport by rail, and harder to spot on the battlefield. For the kind of war Soviet planners imagined, a fast continental clash where individual tank survivability mattered less than overwhelming numbers, it was arguably a rational bargain. The problem is that this isn't that war. When you have scores of drones hovering right above the tank in one of the most surveilled front lines in history, that failure mode suddenly went from an occasional hit to a deliberate target. Now, the second layer of failure has nothing to do with the tanks and everything to do with how Russia used them. The clearest case study here is the opening drive on Kyiv. Russia sent long armored columns racing down predictable highways toward the capital, and those columns were chronically short of fuel and, more importantly, infantry. A tank, for all its armor and firepower, is effectively blind and deaf at close range. It has terrible visibility, especially to its sides and rear, and in forests, towns and villages, it's desperately vulnerable to anyone who can get close. The job of screening infantry is to find and flush out ambushes before they spring. The Modern War Institute drew the comparison with the 1973 Yom Kippur War. Just as Egyptian and Syrian infantry teams with wire-guided Saga missiles devastated unsupported Israeli tanks in 1973, small hidden teams of Ukrainian light infantry, armed with modern anti-tank missiles and drones, picked apart Russian columns that had no business advancing the way they did. The columns were forced onto roads because the surrounding terrain had become muddy and difficult to traverse. And this was dramatically illustrated by images of the infamous 35-mile-long convoy north of Kyiv. They bunched up into traffic jams, and then, because Russia didn't actually prepare for a drawn-out war, they ran out of fuel. It was a lesson in hubris, brought by the image of a 35-mile-long convoy of surrounded tanks. The third layer is the weapons. If you followed the early war, the tanks were stopped by the American Javelin and the British Enlaw, shoulder-fired missiles that became viral symbols of Ukrainian resistance. Ukraine also fielded its own laser-guided Stugner P, but by 2025, some Ukrainian and independent assessments of drones credited them with roughly 65% of Russian tank losses. And that word drones is where the entire story hinges. According to Ukraine's own National Security and Defense Council, the country's defense industry reached the capacity to produce more than 8 million FPV drones a year by 2026, across more than 160 companies, ranging from large factories to garage startups. While this is a Ukrainian source, whatever the precise production figure, the order of magnitude means the front line is now saturated permanently with cheap flying bombs hunting anything that moves. And the implication for tanks is brutal. A tank no longer has to worry only about the ambush team it might stumble into. It has to worry about the sky constantly for every meter of every advance across the entire 1,100 kilometers of the front line. Russia and Ukraine both tried to fight back against the drones, of course, which resulted in some hilarious designs. The first countermeasure was electronic warfare, jammers that sever the radio link between the FPV drone and its pilot, sending it tumbling harmlessly to the ground. For a while, that worked until the drone makers started using fiber optics. Instead of a radio signal, these drones trailed an impossibly thin cable behind them, unspooling as they fly, which physically connected the drone to its pilot. Russia reportedly fielded these first in the spring of 2024, and Ukraine rapidly matched them. The cable soon littered the battlefield, becoming tangled in vegetation, infrastructure, and even bird nests. But despite that, the resulting fiber optics industry exploded, where reportedly China increased the prices between 250% and 400% in 2026. With electronic defenses failing, Russia turned to physical armor. It started in 2022 with what soldiers mockingly call cope cages, simple metal structures welded over the turret to catch grenades dropped by small drones. In early April 2024, turtle tanks emerged on the battlefield of the Russo-Ukrainian War, entire vehicles encased in welded sheet metal shells, so that the tank disappeared inside a crude metal box with just a gun poking out. In 2024, the Russians added hundreds of metal spines to these shells, betting that the resulting porcupine tanks would snag and detonate drones before they reached the hull. And by 2025, the spines had evolved into thousands of fine metal hairs, made from unwound aluminum cable draped over the vehicle like a shaggy coat. Some observers described them as hedgehogs, and they were among the most heavily protected seen during the war, capable of eating a dozen FPV drones before finally being knocked out. But they were still being knocked out. So what's the plan? What does Russia actually intend to do with this enormous horde of armor it can't deploy? The honest answer is that nobody outside the Kremlin knows for certain. The most likely explanation is that Russia is playing a long game. The thinking goes that Russian commanders are betting that some new counter-drone technology will emerge, a breakthrough in jamming, in interceptors, in directed energy, something that reopens the battlefield to fast, mobile, mechanized warfare. And in the meantime, they're preserving and rebuilding their armored core, keeping it intact and ready for that future moment when tanks can rule again. The darker, more immediate possibility is simpler. It suggests that Russian commanders, under pressure to deliver results, may simply get desperate enough to throw the tanks back into the fire, regardless of the consequences. And in that scenario, the vast rebuilt fleet is simply a reserve of expendable steel, fed into the battlefield to buy ground at a terrible rate of exchange. Remember, after 2022, Russia's advancement stalled to the point where between 2023 and 2025, it occupied only about 1.23% of Ukraine's territory. And there is one final twist. The rebuilt fleet, for all its impressive size, is fundamentally a one-time boost. Russia dipped into the vast Soviet stockpile, and that stockpile is now nearly empty. A June 2026 satellite analysis by open-source analyst John P. revealed that while Russia started with a pre-war stockpile of 7,342 tanks, only 2,088 remain in storage, and of those, just 851 are viable for restoration. The remaining 1,237 tanks are effectively dead inventory. So Russia has drained something like 72% of its entire Cold War tank reserve. At this point, if losses continue at roughly 90 tanks per month, it will take another 9 months or so before the stock is fully out. And when that happens, there's no more waves of Soviet armor to use, and what Russia has will be based solely on what it can produce. And Russia's running out of more than just tanks, as the dominance of artillery on the battlefield is slowly being eroded. To learn more, check out this video and make sure to subscribe to the Military Show for daily news.
good day to you. See you later. careful.
You need something? See you later.
Need something? Have a good one. What can I do for you? Life bless you. supply only the finest goods. I supply only the finest goods. The Alliance for you. See you later. I can be with you. Go with honor, friend. I buy and trade. For the Alliance. Hello. You need something? Have a good one.
I'm still recharging. I need to get closer.
Hey there. See you later. Light be with you. Go with honor, friend.
Good day to you. See you later. there. See you around.
Well met. Careful. inventory is full. I can't carry anymore. I can't use that. I can't use that. good day to you. See you around. What can I do for you? Safe travels.
I buy and trade. Light bless you. Open for business. Farewell.
Greetings. Have a good one.
What can I do for you? you.